Shalum Shalum, Mashpaka. Going back to Goshen, part 2. Been on the road for several hours today. I'm actually only 2 hours outside of Billings, Montana. My fuel site that I was seeking, price jumped up, so I had to kind of scramble to locate another site. Yeah, we've already been on the road for 3 hours and 42 minutes. My site last night was great. Really, I mean, exactly what I expected it to be. We stayed there before in the Vengeance, so I was familiar with it. Slept pretty well. Still trying to sort out this mattress. I have to leave it underinflated because it's oversized, and that just is what it is. I mean, the twin or FULL, whichever is the smaller, is what I got, and it's really too large for this area in the cab of a truck. So it works, but I needed to put a little bit more pressure in it last night, and I was just like, forget it, just go to sleep. It's kind of like a hammock, which is fine, but I'm kind of like a I'm a side sleeper, right? And I flip. Sorry, baby. I know sometimes that probably drives her nuts, especially when I accidentally kick her, because when I flip, I only have one foot to like press off with or lift myself up with, so to say. So I kind of do a chicken wing combo with a foot launch. I don't know, whatever. I try to toss the blanket up a little and then flip so that I don't pull the covers. Well, needless to say, that ain't going on when I'm, sleeping in the back of the truck and I can't straighten my leg because I'm like 6'2", pushing 6'3", but never quite getting there, kind of thing. And I can't make myself straight. So, but Baruk Atah Yahuah, I slept well. There weren't disturbances. Abba cover me. At the end of the first video, there was a guy that was telling me, keep moving, and I said a word I shouldn't have said, and I apologize. But I was like, who are you, the park manager or whatever? Like, this is free parking by that facility right there. Well, he walked over, and after I had parked in my new spot, and basically like apologized and said, I'm trying to help you out. This is a part where they traffic through here and they get upset if people block that part. And I just said, okay, no problem, thank you. But there was a picnic table where I was at, so I was able to set up my propane burner, have my skillet, cooked myself supper last night, and cooked myself breakfast this dawning, and made a pot of coffee. All is well. I did find a location for fuel that's the next best, not as great as that price was that I was shooting for, but they jumped their price up like 40 cents overnight. So we got to stay on that diligently, double check, because you could put that thing into your navigator, and then say like what happened last night, you're going to go ahead and go on the next dawning. Well, the price changed, you know. So you gotta be mindful of that. Keep an eye on that. Like I said, about 2 hours outside of Billings. Baruk Yahuah, I did get a unit dispatched to me. Was my goal to get it today, because if I didn't get dispatched a unit today, I would not be able to get dispatched from our regular load board until Monday. And the reloads are coming out of some different areas, so I'm not sure what I would have done. It was my goal. And Baruk Yahuah, when I got up and got a dance, went to the bathroom, and then I checked, and it was one of the larger paying loads that were on the board, and it's only to North Carolina. It's a 36-foot fifth wheel, so it's going to be my first fifth wheel in this truck with this hitch. So it's a Cougar. I think it's very similar to the trailer that my neighbor's in, but this is obviously going to be a new one, brand new. So 36 foot, fairly large. I think it's a great candidate for my first one, and with Abba's favor, it will go perfectly well. The kind of thing that I'm probably wanting to try to get in more than, say, the bumper pulls. Look at them stripping the mine. There was a lot of really gorgeous stuff that we missed. I chose not to fire up the camera because I was trying to upload the video from yesterday, and it is just not uploading. So I just said, right, forget it. Let me at least get something started. Looks like I'm getting some inbound messages, so I need to check those, and I'll be back with y'all shortly. Spent quite a few hours today listening to just out and out blatant projection, dishonest rhetoric. Wow. Accusing someone of projecting while they're projecting, accusing someone of being a wolf in sheep's clothing while they're a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's just beyond the pale. This particular group of folks who are doing these abominations and claiming to be the people but do lie. There's no limits. They have no it's almost like they have no soul. They are what they would call shameless, right? Completely. Anyway, more on that in a little bit. Abba willing. Be back. Alright, so today is Pagan Day Friday. It's probably going to take me all my drive time today, all my drive time Saturday, and probably Sunday as well. Like 2,500 miles. It's going to be time. Stretched to miles. I'm trying to go, with as few stops as possible, because I have Shabbat. So if I were to pick up the load on Sunday night, then I would have the entire Monday, and say it would go till like 2. I mean, I'm supposed to come up by 30, and I Tuesday. It really would have ended up falling the Wednesday, but if I came last not Tuesday, it's going to be Thursday because I'll have to refresh anyway. So, there's only so much to do. We're technically having to take off anyways. So, as long as I basically start up on a Thursday, and I'm gonna need to refresh anyway. Because I'm taking 11 hours of driving. That's already 66, and I think you have like 70 hours and 8 days or something. Pretty much working hard on all days that you're going to need to refresh into. And they'll have to say, oh, when the year. You got to bring that up because that very much affects when you can do the drop. Like, if I'm still trying to make my way from Montana to the trailer off in North Carolina, I hope you understand that's going to be like rough. Because I don't know, but what I do know is that I will work hard and I will capitalize on each and every hour available to me. And, may they see that in me and not have to feel like they gotta micromanage me. It's probably just that the system requires them to put some kind of a date in there, and that it's always like subject to change and flexibility. That's probably the case. And if anything, I have a tendency to take questions like that and I don't know, overthink them, make a bigger deal out of it than I really need to, and I'm trying to work on that. But being new at this, also, it's like, you're being extra diligent, so to say, because you haven't like nestled in and found your little comfort zone. But yeah, I am very well pleased. Like I said, the mattress, I think it's going to be okay. The little stove thing, that was great. This guy's wanting to pass me on a turn when I just got done passing a big rig. Okay, the speed limit right through here must have gone up 657. Even though this is the end of the construction zone up here. It hadn't been in yet. Whatever. All is well. I got another message. Let me see. This might just be. Oh, it is a voice tip. I do need to play that 1 second. Ain't that just the prettiest little? Look at that area. Here, that green grass down there. There was a little pond right there a second ago. I couldn't quite get the camera on in time. Maybe we'll see some more of that coming up here. I was dealing with quite a bit of wind. Knocked my fuel miles down, substantial amount. Some kind of forestry fire vehicles right here. Spotter or something, and then this one right here. Is this like a type of brush truck? I don't know. I've been feeling this ram push me for a minute. Let's see if I can just let her go because she's wanting to rip on up. So yeah, Baruk Atah Yahuah, $1,300. It's 700 and some miles, so it's not that you can do in a day. You're gonna need 2 days. but I would say that you would have probably one complete day and then a half day with the actual delivery, and then I'm going to probably be looking to do Shabbat somewhere in North Carolina, and I did not realize my baby let me know. She got my message and got woken up that it's going to be over 100 degrees for like this weekend and the week following. So yeah, that's going to make for a really interesting attempt to dwell in the truck. If the weather is clear, at least I'll be able to put the solar panels out, and which will keep my Jackery battery charged up, which will allow me to run the fan. But that fan is more like for 78 degrees to maybe 80 degrees. But even that, you're going to feel it like it's going to get hot. 100 degrees plus, we're going to probably find ourselves a place to dwell for several hours. Maybe I can find a great grass spot with a shade tree and put like a blanket down or something and grab the Safar, and get into some scripts. I've been kind of talking about getting into Yashar, so maybe Abinu let me know. Maybe I should start doing that. It's got over 90 chapters, so it's serious meat. And the way I've done it before, I've done like 5-chapter totes, big juicy steaks, like eat prime rib every night for I don't know, however long. But I might do a little bit different. Definitely not going to be pre-reading it before going into it, so that's going to be more on the fly, and it's really awesome because Ruach Ha'Qadash gives you so much, and then when you try to go and kind of recapture that, it's not the same. It's not the same. So yeah, that might be well if we can get to that point, if I can accomplish that. And then there will likely be, I shouldn't say that, there are right now a few trailer for 500. It's pretty quick today, so I would like to try to get something like that while I'm down there if I'm able. And then if that's the case, I'll really be looking for a big one going workout. Washington. No, I don't want to go believe that. I wouldn't necessarily thought that I would want to go to ground zero. But we'll go where Yahuwah sends me. If he tells me to go to so be it. If he tells me to go, these clouds are almost at bubble cloud right here. So a few others like where I'm headed, because that something in this few hours to me. All these guns back here, mountain range. Back here is where you can see that. Looks like the just barely on the edge of the camera. Right now. But yeah, Baruk Atah, all is well. We're gonna get this Sioux Falls has probably the best price. I'm going to get as much there as I can as well, which I would say is probably about 750 miles. I don't know for sure. So by the time that cost me the first one. By the time I grab a fuel here, Billings, I'm gonna make sure I have enough to get to Sioux Falls, but I might not top completely off. Well, then again, maybe I should. I'm still not sure what happens if I run the pump on the auxiliary tank and it empties. Like if the pump is still running a little bit, like how serious of a concern is that? Am I okay to pump it all the way? Or should I avoid taking that pump? I don't know. Really good to try to make it this hour and 40 minutes. Stopping, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to go that far. I've already been at it for probably 4 hours. Let's see if I can take a look. Oh, 4 hours and 15 minutes. So 40. Gonna probably need to take a 30-minute break as well as a refuel. It's just one blade of one of those wheels, and it's an oversized load that's for a truck. Everything just one blade. Insane huge. What are they trying to say? I'm sorry. All right, it's my baby. Send me a message. I want to check it out. Yo, you're really close to me. I don't know why you would cut me. I mean, it's cool past me, but you're like right in front of me, dude. No way. What are you gonna do with these people? Watch out for them. That's what. You might get right in front of me and start slowing down. I would not be surprised at all. These clouds over here, which I may not even be able to see. I feel like that's going to be thunderstorm action. Let me see. So it's probably 11 in Washington, 2 in Indiana. So maybe like 12. I don't know if it's 12-1 here. Either way, it's coming in the afternoon. You can hear quite a bit of. Oh, there goes some moo moo. Heck yeah! All black. And you can really hear it pushing up against the truck here. Looks like it's. Learn how to use the Windy app a little bit better. Like I click on it and it shows me like a large general area, but I don't see where it's telling me specifically where I am. 20. So it looks like they're getting ready to have some gusts. It is showing like a thunderstorm type of thing in the forecast, so I don't know what area it's considering this to be. Hoppers? Hoppers? Huh. It's interesting. grass for grazing, looks like right there. Section that we went across and had these giant boulders all over the place over here, mixed in with pine trees, and some of them were like kind of oddly shaped, like almost like standing up on their end, like they were placed like that. And, you know, it was a lot. There's a lot of them. Really pretty. Now you can see there's a bunch of boulders right down on the ground right there, and then we have those layers rock going up that hill right there. It's a really pretty spot right down there. A bunch of water again. I'm not sure if this is actual like river that's running through there. Excuse me. Or if they're just kind of like localized little ponds and whatnot. Definitely looking like rain clouds ahead up there, maybe some stormy weather or something. I don't know what's going on. That up, it kind of looks like an updraft. I'm not an expert on these things at all, but I've been learning from my bond. Look how pretty that is. I think there's going to be a lot of those in America, spring dales. Seems like there might be quite a few. I'm curious about that. Leave it in the comments if you're able to look it up for me right quick. Sweetgrass country. Ha 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 ha. Alright, sweetgrass country. That almost sounds like a genre of music. It's kind of like bluegrass, but it's sweet. Oh. Alright, I got another message from a beta. Let me go see what she's saying. Oh, sorry, you see this truck here with the flashers. I'm going to get over, but just give me a second because the box truck right there. Bing! Be right back. Yeah, we're just talking about the weather, where I'm headed. Thunderstorms and chance of hail. We'll see. Definitely expecting come into a lot of different types of weather out here doing this work, because right now we're having extreme weather all over. I am very well aware of how the weather is affected, and also that judgment is upon us, like collectively as a people. As all the evil increases, then the Ruach Yahuah will also increase in his people, and judgments being poured out. So only a matter of time before we're in different types of storms and stuff. And we gotta trust in Abba protection, cover us in the midst of the storm. We can't just try to flee from every trial. That ain't how that works anyway. Yahuwah is our only refuge and our only best chance to endure in this season. Rebellion and disobedience is going to lead straight to destruction. That is the broad path by which most folks are on. Baby's helping me because I said G-O-O-D. I apologize. I did not mean to say that. I probably said it to her in a voice clip. She has to be very patient with me too, helping me. Definitely have my fair share of slip-ups and mistakes. They're going magpie, go swoopy, gorgeous magpie. Ha ha! Love the magpies, bro. I don't know how I never noticed them before. 50-some years I ain't noticed no dang magpies. Now I'm seeing them and they're just gorgeous. Thanks you, baby. Please forgive me. So sorry. I did not mean to say that. I'll be right back. Alright, yeah, Baruk Atah. So they were my mashpaka giving me updates on the weather, and I did have a fork at Billings. I can either stay 90 or go up on 94. I was already planning on staying down on 90, and I'm also going to try to go, if I can, just kind of stay south of the Chicago chaos. Figure out how to do that. That's my goal. So yeah, they're saying that there's whirlwind chance and just extreme weather stuff off of 94, so that's a confirmation that I want to try to steer clear of that. Hail and all that. Although I may still come into some. Look at the cattle. Beef. This here is Big Timber. Big Timber. Great name for a town. Hunter's Way. Yahuah is the maker. I do remember passing this town the other direction, and there was this spot where they got a lot of bush piled up right off the interstate. Kind of appropriate. There was some pretty horses out in pasture. What you doing all by lonesome, buddy? Wow, just gorgeous. Love it. Yeah, so a lot of that weather right now is like just up north of me. About half a tank go, or half a tank remaining with fuels in 87 months. That's how I would for it. Bought some more fuel treatment. The Hot Shot Extremely, I think called Extreme. It's in a clear bottle. It's kind of like liquid. I've put it through a few times and think that it's actually helping. You kind of feel it a little bit in the performance. You might notice an improvement in your miles per gallon, and to help clean injectors and remove deposits and keep some lubricity, because a lot of the oil here is got excess amount of moisture in it, and the moisture is an enemy to the oil. So yeah, it doesn't need to be this way. Just part of how they do us, fam. Part of how they do us. The quality of our diesel could be so much better. It's like I was watching this documentary, the opium wars and the Silk Road trade and the heroin and all that, how changing in politics, the U.S. being involved in taking and all, and these dictators would hire chemists to try to make the most pure forms of heroin and stuff that they could, but then they would cut the crud out of it for profit. And that's what I believe goes on with the fuel and the oil, right? They're not interested in getting you the best quality, high octane, clean burning, healthy for your and all that. No, they don't. It ain't about that, bro. It's all about that profit off it. They got to profit off it. And so it goes. You pay. Well, the most efficient thing I can do is to continue this cruising right here and consolidate my restroom stop with my refueling stop. But I already done drunk me. This here bad boy of coffee plus my water so we'll have to see. grassland. See, it's gonna rain. They got water. They got grass. They got sun. They got space to roam, to be Gil, Shamcha, and to make that Qadash meat that we love for our house, and even for our dogs, because the dogs can eat from the scraps of your table. We ain't buying no more kibble. We ain't even gonna be buying like discount sweet potatoes and rice and whatever and doing it like that. My baby starts giving them just some of our basic food scraps. You know, some of the lamb fat that she's been accumulating, saving from you know, she takes it out of the pan when she cooks up the lamb that we get, and that stuff is like in a jar, like very clear. Well, it has a cloudy, but I'm saying it's clear, and then it hardens up in like a cloudy. But anyway, she adds it, some of that to their food. Some of the burger could be raw. They eat it like it's going out of style. They love it. They're all about it, and I think it's really well for them. I think it's gonna make them strong. And this stuff has been an absolute barakah to my body, and we've seen it also in our bond, and I see it some in my Shah, and I believe in all Amunah that it's going to transition her out of this diabetes situation. Hallelujah. And it's the exact opposite of what the so-called wisdom of the pharmaceutical industrial complex would say, right? Freaking listen to those people, and you're going to get sicker. Facts. Bottom line. Absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely raining right, literally right there. And I don't know, not saying it's a funnel cloud or nothing like that, but it's very, very prominent shape right here. And it's just dark all throughout this whole section inside over here. Dang it, I didn't mean to touch the glass. I hate it when I touch the glass because then you get squeegees. It's already quite enough with the bugs that you get with the windscreen. Dang. And if it does rain, then that hugely helps to clean off the windscreen. Oh, fire up those wipers and that thing will just be hallelujah. pretty. Horseback and gardening, and they even got some buffalo right there. Just love these rocks. It's another one of those spots where you can just see, just put your trailer right over there in that prairie. If this road wasn't here, right there is water. Right there. I'm always looking to see if I can see any caves. And see any out there. There's another similar type of arrangement. Okay, so I'm going east. I don't recall. Look at that windy thing. Did it say? Okay, so it shows an arrow pointing north and west. So that means it's blowing against the front of the truck some. That explains a lot. You can hear the truck cutting through it. What resistance? And it's pretty moderate. Straight wind, yeah. Wee birdie's going right in front of the truck. Wee little birdie. What do we got here? Bridger Creek. First I gotta put some Badger Creek. Bridger Creek. Right now heading right towards the darkest part of the cloud. You can see the road is going to start turning off towards the south a little bit, but it's really not that much. I wouldn't be surprised anyways if it's kind of zigzagging around and then it hit where it starts to head back up north and east to Billings. So we're going to just kind of weave our way for a little bit, continuing south and east until maybe a good 40 miles before 212. Start heading north and east. Quite a bit of cattle over there. Once again. Anyway, I guess I'll talk about this a little bit more, but I kind of feel like if someone cannot discern that the UN is playing the role of slow walking everything, like dealing with the real crimes against humanity, then I don't know what to tell that person. It's deliberate and by design that they take as long as they do, and babble on as long as they do, babble, 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 blah, 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 magpie, bird, did eventually come to this decision, finding that Israel's in violation and how it's dealing with the situation in Gaza, even West Bank. They're not doing nothing about it, right? And then now they're having to talk about how Iran and Israel, right? And it's the same thing, just drawn out, lengthy dialogue that goes nowhere, blah, blah, blah. And any other logical, discerning, authoritative, judgment rendering body or entity is also going to consider, like, okay, you have this one character that's involved in this conflict, and they're claiming this and this and this, and the other side's claiming that and that and that. And you have evidence, you do have numbers of civilian casualties and types of targets struck at, even though they obviously, either side could potentially strike their own targets and claim it was the other. Absolutely. But you don't take into consideration character or the other. Okay, how this party's already dealing with in other areas. What's the track record? What are they being like in other arenas right now? It's so obvious, bro. It's like so obvious. And you have like this immensely power-filled lobbying institution that influences the representatives and senators and Congress people in DC. Like, way obvious, way overbearing, like in your face. And honestly, it does seem like probably most people have aligned themselves with the side that is overtly in violation of commandments, whatever established rule of law, and yet they're like, oh, this group is clean. I guess that just goes to show you how powerful the brainwashing and the programming really actually is, and how effective all the buts have been or are. Because there is like this battle of perception. In a lot of ways, the group who is least clean, because you got fault to go around, but they're perceived as clean and they're least clean, is winning that perception, or at least so it seems. Because again, you can't trust the polls, you can't trust what's reported on the news. Whatever you discern and see from those people that you have firsthand contact with yourself, right? I know that of the people that I might dialogue with can see right through those who say that they're Yashar'Al and New Life. They see right through it. And their history of this type of thing goes all the way back, and it's in Scripture. They deceived Joshua, son of Nun. And right now they got dang near the whole world deceived. And the single most powerful person in the world is aligned with them too. It's only a matter of time. And I don't... Again, like, I'm always surprised that it hasn't already happened, but maybe in a way the fuse already has kind of been lit, you know? Because it's really just a compounding and a snowballing of those things that are already in place. This is the Yellowstone River. Ooh. We camped alongside it. I say camped. We were at an RV park. That's not really camping. That's like, that's how we live, right? That's our home. That's normal for us. What we do on Saku is more like camping than that, right? We actually like build a booth and dwell in it for a week. What these guys are doing, working on the railroad here. I wonder what that hot, steamy thing is doing there. Huh. We got a lot of crew out there, a lot of equipment, and a lot of laborers. Wow. Nice. Look at that. It just keeps on going and going and going. They can use this topic as the actual dividing line. To where you got half the world blames Iran, say, and another half the world blames Israel, say. And that becomes the thing. You can clearly see how they already have Russia and China and some other BRICS type nations in this to go against the West. And Trump and the Zionists next gens are going to pull the United States into alignment with Israel such that it alienates them completely from the rest of the world. Then the question becomes like, well, what is the EU going to do? Whether it's, England, Germany, France, Italy, whatever. leverage because they always want to try to like be united with the United States, but they're looking at what Israel's doing, and they're like, yeah, that's not okay. That's not okay. It's supposed to be that Trump's taking 2 weeks to decide or something like that. I will be like majorly shocked if he came back and said, yeah, no, Israel, you guys went too far. It's all on you this time. Like, you're wrong. I would be so shocked, right? But I still think that, like I was saying yesterday, we're not even going to get to that point where that decision is made. There's going to be this huge, pivotal, shocking, probably U.S. soil event that will very easily be blamed. And it's just by jumping all in, just like, you know, Pearl Harbor was a justification that we needed to jump into World War II, or 9/11 was a justification that we needed to jump into the what is it? What do we even call that? The endless wars of the Middle East. See all these trees that are down here? That's kind of what that other hillside looked like that I was trying to tell you guys about. And it's not like you're just looking at burnt trunks. There are some, but you're looking at a lot of downed trunks. Very interesting. Okay, we're coming up over the top of this, I don't know what you want to call it, bridge. See this valley all out here. We're going to get our turn towards the north soon. Got 40 minutes. I see you there. I see you, Chevy. I like your hood scoop. Oh wow, what's this? Like a large garment or something down in the middle of the road. That's weird. You got the crew cab. Bro, you look like you're 2017 too. You the same year? Silverado, Duramax, off-road package, crew cab. Oh, short box. Oh. I don't think you're a whole ton, but you know, got almost the same looking front end. Just guys look like they're gonna get. I saw that flag just whipping in the wind there. Look at this outbuilding. This is gorgeous. Still Potter County Civic Center. It's got an outdoor arena for horses or livestock auction or whatever. Whatever they gonna do, I guess. There's a bunch of RVs right there. Seems like it's alright place, still water. Okay. There's water down on the road right here, so it must have rained here not too long ago. I'm not sure exactly what direction that storm is moving, but it's probably moving north and, what am I trying to say? North and east. Probably what it's doing. So it's almost like we're trying to chase it down. tail end of it for just a little bit. Then again, I don't necessarily want it to be pouring when I go to stop at the pilot. We'll see. As Yahuwah will, so be it. Baruk Yahuah. Part of the decision that I gotta make that's maybe a little bit tricky is like, how much diesel do I buy? Because I know that I'm gonna try to make my way to this other station in Sioux Falls, and it's gonna be a lot cheaper. Like almost another, I don't know. I don't want to say, but I was trying to get about 60 cents probably. That's a lot. I don't know what less IFTA means. Oh, there's a little info button for me to click and read and find out. Well, let's see if there's going to be an opportunity. Hey, look how gorgeous that valley is, y'all. That is so pretty. Look at that. Oh yeah, look at the water down there, dude. You can park your RV right up on top of that grass hill overlooking that valley too. You might want to have a little bit easier access to the water, in which case you might want to be a little bit down lower, not too low. Pretty. The less IFTA view helps compare the core cost of fuel, less the estimated creditable IFTA tax amount. If you are traveling across multiple states and want to easily compare the core cost of diesel, construction coming up here in 12 miles too. Trying to get ahead of some of these RVs. Are just going so dang old slow. The less IFTA price is for comparison purposes only. Alright, well thank you for that. That helps me. So it's $3.52. And yeah, like I said, that other one was like $2.90, $2.96. So it's really more like, I guess it's like around 54. I don't know, my quick math is quite right. But say 350 something compared to 290 something. It probably is 54. Anyway, I gotta try to take a look at that and see. Says it's 61 degrees. I was like, I already turned the AC button off and it was still like cold. So I'm like, oh dang. Turn the temperature up to 72. so much land out here, you guys. And it's really, really gorgeous. You know, we don't need to be packed all up on top of each other like sardines, you know. It's just really not the way. Of course, you ain't gonna convince most of the young folks that are raised up and trained by the beast system. They got the beast system right here in their forehead, and they got the beast system right here in the right hands. They do the will of Hashatan, and they don't even know it. Don't even know it. Reminds me, right, when you're like, you try to help somebody, say like you're working with a drug addict and you're trying to help them, and you think you can sit down and reason with them and you explain these things and they understand, and they're just going to be able to like take your advice, do the things that you recommend that they do. So start to feel all excited, giving thanks that, you know, you're able to make everything well for Johnny. He's going to clean up his life, and he's going to turn this whole thing around. And then it might even go well for a little while, and then next thing you know, does something totally freaking stupid. Does something like totally, like, I don't know, gets arrested for shoplifting, goes to jail, or goes to the bar and gets drunk and then crashes his truck, or just so much different kinds of things. And then you almost keep trying to do other times, and you just like get to this point where it's like it's toxic, like you can't even help the person. They're like beyond help. And you'll say, oh, they have to hit rock bottom or they can help themselves. If they want to help themselves, then you can help them. It kind of feels like that with the dang society, with the culture. And they actually think that what they're doing is right. You know that scripture that says there is a way that seems right to a man, but the path thereunto is death. It's like that. So they need to hit the rock too. The rock of ages. Yahusha needs to lay him out with that, man. He needs to crack that hard heart. Sometimes he uses a traumatic event. Sometimes. Sad as it may be, sad as it may sound, sometimes losing someone really close to them could end up being that event that wakes them up, that allows them to start hearing the Taub shepherd instead of the Pied Piper, because they're under a spell, swaying to the symphony of destruction, just like that. It's facts. Pan, the Baphomet, you know, the Goat Man, Goat, greatest of all time, Hashatan, whom they worship. Deceiving the whole world, right? Tickling the ears of the people, telling them what they want to hear. That's why, like, when we have truth, they think we're nuts. You know? what I advise you to do, and you diligently listen to these instructions, and you commit yourself and you do it, 1 year from now, you could be gainfully employed. You could be married, and you could have a baby girl on the way. You just do it. And they probably think, fuck me? Yeah, right. No chance. You don't know half of what I'm into. You don't understand. Right? The grips that these things have on me. How much time I wouldn't you know to see. I'm about 30 minutes away from Billings. I'm going to try to get myself all up in there and use the facility, top off the tank, do all things. Probably going to start seeing some traffic up here come out of this construction. But, oh, you know what? I'm just going to let it ride. I feel like when I look in my rear view, I can see snow range mountains back there. Which ones they are, but I know that they would be southwest of Billings. Quite a ways. There's a bunch of cattle right there all pinned in. Alright, so we're able to get back up to speed now. Construction zone's ended. Or ending, I should say. The section of the road right here is all, still wet. Oh, bro, it's funny. I don't know, like, let me see. Okay, because I can see once I get to Billings that 90 will continue east, slightly southeast, and then it will turn and drop down south. Quite a distance there. I don't know what that comes out to be. Oh, dang. Hang on, don't mess me up like that there. Okay, there's also like, I could go 25, 80. Yeah, that goes to Cheyenne. You could take 90 to, I don't know, 29 goes down to 80. 90 south, that's 25. 1.5 down to 80. Dang it. Oh, but you know what? I had that fuel stop. Just reminded me what I was trying to tell my shot. It's like difficult sometimes to try and do the necessary navigation, research work that you need to do if you're really trying to like make great time. You need to be, you got to get your wheels a turning, and if you take too much time to do your research, then you're not able to keep your wheels turning. So this is a balance, I guess. And she's offered to help, and she's also got her plate. She's got quite a few things on her own plate right now. Again, with this beast system, it's logical. I've never seen this, right? It's documents and say this and that, you gotta do it. Yeah, look at it. What is that? So, interesting. Alright, so we're all up in the Billings. I'm trying to get over because I already know you're gonna have a bunch of people driving like you. It'll take like back that MC right there. On the just feel like saying that would have been me. Oh, I was in a speed demon. You know. Take a lot of that's right. They're so on the verge of this rain, I feel like. I actually get to be in it for 5 or 10 minutes, but probably not much more than that. This appears to be moving, and I don't know what's seen it's moving or anything like that. Exit is at 18 miles. Much more moisture right here. Still not enough for the wipers though. It's mostly just what's being kicked up off the road right here. You're gonna see, if you see these flags at this way station, they're really whooping right there. You can see a little bit of that blue sky on the bottom. bottom right part of the screen, but if you look at the rest of it, especially on the top and left, ooh-wee. So that's our supercell, and would not be surprised whatsoever if it had like an anvil top to it, and that there could be some kind of a updraft that breaks through into the colder parts of the air. There's all kinds of stuff being triggered that's got circulations. I was telling my baby, like, you know, Reed Timmer had this special something vehicle that was all armored out and like could like anchor to the ground, and you know, and then he had like whatever, let's say the thing's called Dominator, I don't know what it's called, Dominator 1, Dominator 2, Dominator 3, like, you know, and he was like on this TV series or something. So like he'll go live and he'll have, you know, like 5,000 people watching his live. But Ryan Hall, y'all, I don't know when his channel started, but I mean, he'll have like 53,000 people watching his lives. And he mostly goes lives and covers whirlwinds. And this does serve a purpose to normalize those things to the youth. Because I mean, let's face it, he's a very young guy. His audience is everything kind of is steered younger audience. Very stimulating. There's a lot of weather. You can see there. You know, you can get them on the Nextel radio to talk to them directly. He has another meteorologist that comes on and breaks down and like predicts storm warnings before the weather service does. I mean, he's, you know, and you sometimes will get it before him. Get it right. Baruk Atah Yahuah. He's learned a lot. He pays attention. He actually knows these things. When he says this stuff, I listen to him. At first, like, oh yeah, oh wait, he called that already, like 5 minutes ago. Oh, he did it again. Okay, what's that thing called again? I started asking the question. Oh. Anyway, maybe he'll get a chance to watch this video. Maybe he'll even be kind of excited about what you know, what's showing up here. I'm sure if it turned on some radar or something, I'd be basically what a storm chaser would probably do right now, driving right, trying to catch up to the actual the storm, you know, the convergence, whatever. But Ryan Hall, y'all, I would still recommend like adults to watch. Of course, it's childish. It's just that it's attractive to a younger audience as well. And things are not necessarily normal, okay? If you're older, you've been around for a while, you realize, yeah, that stuff would happen. Now it's happening several days a week, every week of the month, on back months. Crazy. So just stand up and take with that. Okay? And the Father brings to my attention what the world was really all about in the scripture, and that wheels within wheels ain't no snake FO. It's multi-vortices. World in a larger world, like in my dream where there was like 5 of them go past. Yeah. I think that we're going to start seeing more and more of that. We're seeing video evidence of like perfect funnel cloud, completely dense, and you know, you can see the sucked into me. You can see the swirling. Learning the meteorological terminology. But what I see is Yahush's deepen. What I see is Yahush's right. That's the first time I turn the wipers on now. Okay, my closer. Some of these lower than clouds see, you might be able to see them. You know what I'm saying? That might be an indication to me that I'm going to consolidate myself. I'm going to see too if I can eat and already I could track myself somehow. I'm also going to see our to fall is what route I can take to fall. You can really check out it. I'm trying to go around this. Striker has been more. Can't tell if it's a fifth wheel yet or a travel trailer. It's not very long. Oh, yeah, he's yeah, these clouds over here are also very, very dangerous. That could be driving. You know, low pressure and the high pressure could be like it's forcing this every which way. That's great. Wash it with the high pressure. Right? I didn't get it all off. Not a lot. But obviously, like just going through some kind of drive today, there was a place that I Goshen, it's all easy, okay, it's normal. They actually have hot water pressure thing, and the was just a bunch of foam and everything was wildly. Yep, so there you go. when you're bobtailing and you don't have a trailer and you got to go park the commercial lanes to get fuel, it feels kind of awkward. Yahuah, make me invisible to all wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash, cover me and give me your favor in your Qadashayam of Yasharal. Yahusha. Hamashiach. 1 mile, we're jumping off. All right, I'll catch up with you after this pit stop. Baruk Atah. topped off the main tank, and then I added to the rear tank, but I did not fill it because it's going to be quite a bit cheaper in Sioux Falls, and that's where I'm going to top it all off and add the hot shots, all that, engine clean. So that was a required stop, but also kind of like a get us by type of stop. And I just realized I really did make a mistake. I should have gotten 50 gallons instead of 44 because 50 gallons would have boosted my points. Shoot. Well, I still have several days remaining in this month, and I gotta try to get to the goal. I'm gonna take a peek at it here in just a second. I'm also not too sure why this is telling me to, oh, it's trying to tell me to take that 212. Should I take the 212 or should I stay on the 90? Got your turn signal on. Yeshua. Miswa. Maybe you don't know, or you did in the back. Let me see here. Well, shooting tape, because this could be another one of those to stay on tricks. Let me just look at this. You know, I wish that you guys wouldn't do this type of thing to folks. Just make it clear. If it's an exit, it's an exit, and if it's not, it's not. You know what I'm saying? So it is having me exit to go to 12, but I could stay 90, and oh, you know, it's gonna end up being they recommend it. I'm actually just going to try to stay on City is where I'm going to reconnect. And you know what? Also, I need to think about where I'm going to... Let me look at something. I got to be concerned, I think, with my log now, too. So I have 4 hours and 50 minutes of drive time remaining. I'm not interested in stopping an hour early just to have the right place. I'm really wanting to try and maximize as much as I can. Abba knows, because I want to make sure I can get this load dropped by Tuesday. So I really need to pick it up Sunday. 56. better for me, for sure, to put 50 gallons in, and just to get those points, because that's like shower tokens. Like, because if I can start incorporating that into my routine, even if it's like just every other day, that would be a huge bonus. So tomorrow, when I go, just double check how this looks like. So that was a 30-minute break. You can see how far the storm got too, just in the time that it took to get a coffee, go to the bathroom, and I got the DEF too, but that was like 3.5 gallons or more. Took quite a fair bit of DEF, so hallelujah, I got that. I don't know how the DEF price compares. That's not really showing. I don't think it shows up in my fuel book. It does. I'll look for it next time, but I wasn't at that high advance of a level. Just trying to save on that dang diesel, bro. That's eating me alive. The cost of diesel in Washington was like murder, and it ain't just Washington. It's like as soon as you start getting near there, it's like they are all doing it. Until all of a sudden they're not anymore. It's the strangest thing. I have no idea either, like what to expect regarding fuel costs in like North Carolina. I might think that it'd be well, but then again, these places don't look like they used to look like, and the people don't act like they used to act like, and all kind of stuff is like not the same. It's a bit much. There was this old timer over there. He come over to me because he seen my leg, and he was like, I was almost in the same boat as you. I said, oh yeah? He said, yup. And he gave a year in Desert Storm and ejected out of an F-18. And look at that bagpipe against the wind. So pretty. You can tell, man, that he'd been through a lot. He was walking just fine. I told him, you're doing well, Baruk Atah Yahuah. He's probably like, what? He said, I can see that you're doing G-O-O-D. You be safe out there. Definitely a lot of interesting characters at truck stops. So let's see. Wow, look at all that open space out there. That's a lot of real estate. I don't know. I may get a lot more adapted and figure out ways. Bighorn County to maximize my time, as well as, like shower, meals. And sometimes I feel like I'm neglecting my own self a little bit, just trying to like bang it out. Like when I came from Washington Indiana was almost two very long days. It literally should be 3 regular size. I mean, you know, like it says it's 33 hours. Excuse me. So, you know, 3 11-hour days, or maybe 12, if, you know, counting some like non-driving type time. But I still have 3 hours. Is it 3? Yeah. Because you got 14 hours of on-duty time, 11 of which can be driving. So there's 3 hours that you can be, you know, other stuff. Like I was talking about my research, looking at my route, my miles, and my fuel, and trying to weigh all that. But, you know, like bedding up in a place, how much time do you spend? Do you break out all the stuff and cook a meal? Do you do that every single night? And then do you also have breakfast every single morning? And also, like, how you decide, like, how much night driving you're gonna do. There's a lot of moving parts to this, and the log makes it complicated. It could be super simple, where a man could just say, hey, I feel like I got a lot in my tank right now, I'm gonna press on a little, or, you know, I'm not gonna go as much today, I'm gonna rest a little more and I'll go more tomorrow, and do that, balance it, all that. Right now you might not feel like you have the opportunity to do that because you only have a certain window and you need to capitalize on it, because the next day you can't make up for it. You know, you can understand how in their mind they're like, oh, this makes it safer, but adding a bunch of, excuse my language, but bullshit to the process doesn't make it safer. It just makes it more stress-filled. It makes it more complicated. It makes it more areas that you can mess up and get it wrong and make, you know. And that's the part that I feel like is by design, because they're going to create a lot of opportunities for you to fail, so that we know everybody's pretty much walking with a few failures under their belt, so we can jam you up anytime we want, kind of a thing. That's all. That storm cloud is quite a bit north of us. There was a split to go 94. If we would have went 94, we would have gotten all up close and personal with that. If we were storm chasing, we would have went on 94. But we're not. Right? I'm actually just trying to look at the most efficient thing I can do. Alright, I got a couple messages from my baby, so I'll be back shortly. Wow. Look at that view down there. Dang. Literally does feel like you can see for miles and miles, huh? Stuff down there. There's oh, I seen some water right there. Maybe we'll get a better view of it right here. Dang, family, this section right through here, this is insane. This is a 35 miles an hour construction zone, and they got all their little cones here 14 inches off the yellow line in the center, like they're just forcing you off the edge. I'm riding right on the edge of these little rumble strips right here, trying not to run over those and hear that the whole time. And I seen 2 trucks with flashing lights sitting side by side talking to each other. I ain't seen no worker, I ain't seen no backhoe, no dump truck, no jackhammer, anything. So crazy. And this is 9 miles of this. It ain't normal. It ain't even a little bit normal. At least we got Yahuwah's creation to look at, and it is Yapa. I like these rocks up here. I don't know if you can see those. Probably not. It is kind of funny how many times I've asked if folks can see things out my window, and I don't even know the answer. Oh, it's funny. Oh. Looks like my timing to fire the camera back up was not super great. I do have 4 hours of drive time, almost exactly, which would be 6 o'clock Washington time. I did choose to stay on 90 and not go on 212. And I went on 212 the last time, and I ended up spending the night in that little town. I don't know if you know or saw or recall. It was like a little hotel. I had this little camping area, kind of like picnic table area, like to myself, which was really cool. I had the oven back then, so absolutely demolished the Jackery. Like it'd take half the battery just to heat up food with that. So this is a much better arrangement, more efficient. I am wanting to have some chicken. There's a really cool rock on top of another rock right there. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. It's like when they put the big bouldery rock on top of the pillory one. That's what it was. So cool. So cool. I was taking a look at the pilot receipt and the comm data receipt, and it looked like I only saved $6. I'm not sure about that. Seems inadequate, but the points and all that wasn't really an issue. So hallelujah. And in order to really do anything with the gallons, if I'm understanding it right, you got to get 1,000 gallons in a month in order to unlock the showers for a month thing. I have like 10 or 11 days, I think, to get like 600 or something like that. So I think it's very possible. Baruk Atah. Either way, Abbas will be done. I got 3 shower credits, and I'll continue to earn them, like, you know, that. So even if I just utilize them that way, it's also going to be okie dokie. But the the other feature to where, you know, for the month of July, I just have basically like a free shower every day. So you don't have to use it every day, but you don't ever have to worry about how many do I have left and when am I going to get another credit or whatever. So that it seems like a pretty great goal, and I'm going to still shoot for that. I am on eastbound I-90 at mile marker 530, and these people are making me go 35. Us, everybody, for like 9 miles, and there's nada, zip, zilch, zero, nothing. It's the strangest thing. And why did you have to put the cones a foot over? Why can't you just put it on the yellow line? It's not freshly painted. In fact, it's not even a double yellow line, it's a single yellow line. So maybe you plan on painting it. I feel like I'm being gaslit. Like you're trying to make me sound like a crazy person by complaining about road construction. When everybody knows that road construction is an essential part of the transportation industry, we require these roadways in order to be able to operate. Like, you see what I'm saying? As if it's not out of the ordinary the way they're going about it. As if it's just normal. And you see that like the cost of eggs. It's just a normal part of economic supply and demand. We're just going to continue to deny that we have manufactured events here, manufactured chaos. Okay. Be back. Abba willing. So crazy, guys. Come out of there. Construction ended. Getting back up to speed here, and that was the most non-working construction zone I ever seen. There's not a single man at work. Ain't no man at work on that there construction site for 9 miles. They give you the narrowest little sliver of highway. Tell you can't, your speed fine is doubled if you go over 35. Might as well be in a golf cart. Crazy. Crazy, dude. What? Yup. Look at all that beef right there, family. Baruk Yahuah. Ooh, I love that shade tree right there. That is cool. Yeah, I'm starting to think that I might look for me a room in North Carolina for Tuesday night, Shabbat. Boom. Yeah, might have to do it. I want to maybe see if I can cook me up some chicken. I noticed that I put the stove thing, excuse me, on the lowest, and it is hot, and my stuff is wanting to stick. It's a seasoned skillet. It ain't cast iron skillet that's seasoned. It ain't like it should be sticking really, no. It's interesting, but of course, when I'm doing the meat, it's got the animal fat, and that's all well, and that helps. And so Baruk Yahuah. And then next time I do eggs, I'll put some butter up in there. I tried to brown the meat and then use the grease from the meat and just put the egg on top and lightly break it and mix it all, and I love it like that. That's how I like it. I like it like that. Anyway, Baruk Yahuah, let me see my baby messaging me some more, and I'm gonna find out what she's got going on. They got their plates filled up today too, doing their own their own adventures. I will be back momentarily. Just kind of waiting for come off of this little turn and then this little ridgy hill right here. Oof. Oh, I see some horses coming up. There's some cattle. We got some more beef right there, and then here we got some horses, family. Oh, did you see that tiny little colt? Woo! Love it. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, like a hotel. Yeah, I think I might ask my Shah to try to look for a room. Because I don't know. I guess I gotta think about this more. If I drop the load in Carolina and then able to go to a room and recover, it'll be perfect for Shabbat. It's supposed to be 100 something. Very difficult to say. If there'll be like reloads. I think it's very possible though, because I saw several, but you know, I don't know how many drivers are down in that neck of the woods. I have no idea. And there could be somebody that's local that's seen that and they're like, oh, I'm gonna get boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna bang out all four of these, $2,000. You know, maybe they do the whole thing in 4 days. So it's difficult to say. Only Yahuah knows the answer to that. But if there are some down there after I drop, then I'll test and weigh the idea of taking one or two. But then again, if I do see something that I want to grab out of India, I might try to get that. If I go down to North Carolina, I'm going to be 750 miles away or so from the yard, so then that means, I say the yard, but I should say the yards, and that's going to mean that I can't get there in one day. So, and it's not going to be on a Friday, because it's going to be like a Thursday. However, I could bobtail back and not have anything dispatched to me yet, and then get something assigned on the Friday. Just because I get dispatched on Friday don't mean I gotta wait till Monday. I can pick it up on Saturday. It's just even like today I got dispatched. I have until Monday, but I'm gonna I really want to pick it up on Saturday if I can. Favorite things that they do is they say, in 12 miles, stay on your current road. Ain't I gonna stay on it in 11 miles, 10 miles, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna stay on the same road too. Why aren't you? You know, and they don't. So I don't get to see how long ultimately I stay on this road, because I'm not gonna see what's next until the 11 goes away. can't like it. That is just a pretty, look at that pretty little spot right there. That's confusing. That is so bizarre. There's a red clock, and it's normally up at the top, right in the center on the phone, and now it's over on the side and it's sideways. Does that mean this thing's recording incorrect view? Like landscape versus portrait, but it's showing in the landscape, so I don't even know, man. I don't even know. The more the technology claims to be for us, like SMART, everything. Obviously is not. Chain up area. Yeah, that's a thing. Like, they tell you that you need to have chains, I guess, in case you get inspected. I mean, not right now, but when it's the time. I don't think DOT requires you to have chains all year round when it's clearly out of season or whatever. But if they're a certain time that they're inspecting for chains, you need to have chains, although you will not ever use them. They tell you, nope. So they don't want to take any risk associated with going with chains, or that the trailers can't have any chains on them, or something like that. Kind of like with the winds. You're supposed to just shut down if it's, I think they said 25. Did not come through this way the last time, because I did go on that 212, and it's actually quite a substantial amount more south, and it's nothing out here. Yeah, these hills just seem to go on and on. Green rolling hills. Pretty though. There's little bits of water running here and there, down there, the low-lying areas, which is really pretty too. right down there where all those trees are. Low, low, low. Show up in the video because it's supposed to be high resolution, but I just love that, the waves of it over here. Oh, look at on the top of that hill right there. Look at all that, how that grass is just blowing. Hallelujah. I actually feel like this could be giving us a tailwind right now. Plus this we're going downhill right here. I'm just curious to see what it's gonna say. Probably gonna say 99 miles to the gallon. So now it's saying 50, 55, 60, or hover at 65. What are they gonna do? Road work. For real? Yeah. Yep. There's some red rock on the top of those plateaus over there. 5 different spots. Really cool. Left lane ends. Bunch of vehicles shooting up my tail, so I'm gonna make sure I don't want to get cut off at the last second. They're gonna do it anyways. I'm sorry, but some of these folks is buttholes, bro. Like, they dropped the speed limit to 65, but they want to just go ahead and rush up here, get over the last second. That guy's literally riding the barrels and just. I missed the sign that said Crow Country, leaving Montana.
Weather impact low on I-90 between the Montana state line and Sheridan. Expect dry roads with clear conditions. Use general caution. Construction on I-90 between mile marker 0 and 9.3. Expect construction zone speed limit 65 miles per hour. Expect paved roads.
What in the literal heck, dude? Don't ever do that again. Siri just started talking through my truck all by herself. I didn't ask her anything. What the heck, man? Insane. I mean, that's... So, I was about to say, welcome to Wyoming. I mean, I don't know why she didn't say that. Just barge right in and start talking right over the top of folks. No hi, how are you, nothing. No excuse me. You know what I mean? It wouldn't have been okay even if it was. It's not okay. And no, that has never happened before. And I literally have nothing in the navigator. I have the map up. I'm looking at the big picture, so to say. That's all. So now that has refreshed. And what does it say? So funny, watch. Stay on 90 East, 56 miles 290 East. Oh. Woo! Now there's some construction going on. Not on this road, but over on the shoulder of that other road over there. Bulldozer, track hoe, you know, supervisor truck. Couple bobcats or whatever right there. Whatever they're doing. Crazy, dude. This is like, I don't know, you're the tiniest little bit of Wyoming on this very northeastern corner, I believe, right? Where I-90 just kind of clipping through the corner. It's kind of funny. Oh, it does show a little dude with a shovel, but it's not showing it like orange like it was before. I don't know why. And my baby. All right, family. Let me see what's going on. Mama Bear, and I'll be back. It's funny, this area was making me think of High Plains Drifter or something, because we're kind of up and it's flat over here and you can see a lot of wind. I think it's something that parts of Wyoming are kind of known for, is like high winds. Pretty interesting. But yeah, there's a almost like painted desert type of landscapes over here. Oh. I thought I had kind of captured all that. I think it could just be a really short little lovey-dovey message. My baby. Gray bull. Gray bull. I'm not sure what the speed limit was through here now. My baby, she's a Chippewa. She's one of a kind. Connor Battlefield State Historical Site. Bighorn National Forest. Medicine Wheel. Antelope Butte. Ski area. Folks are breaking off and running on down that way. What you would call maybe 14 or something. But we're continuing. Listen to this message and I'll be right back. We got out of the construction. Hallelujah. There'll be more though. Alright. Yeah, it's like mesa. Flat. Bouncy. With it, brother. You're going past me. Yo, Dodge done sold they Cummins to Nissan. They put them in a Titan XD. Think about that chicken for later, like if there's a way. I mean, if I had a cover, I might try to like steam it or something to help more evenly distribute the heat and reduce the sticking. But I don't know. It is 80 degrees in Wyoming on I-90. Excuse me. Been really hitting that second cup of coffee pretty hard. Gonna probably look for a place stop. Not too soon though. All commercial vehicles must stay in right lane 2 miles. Pre-pass, follow in-cab instructions. What the heck is that, dude? I don't know what that is. I don't know what's a pre-pass. I mean, I guess if you don't know what it is, it's not about you. Could be true. Port of entry, next right, open. Private, I guess. No. I don't know it. I need to try to check it and see if I can see what this message is. It's my Shalom, Aki. I'm actually way up in the corner part of Wyoming. I'm on I-90 East. Just kind of go through the little corner of the state there. I'm really trying to make some great time. See if I can pick up this next load by Sunday, because I got to take it to North Carolina and I want to drop it before the Shabbat. So I'm just trying to maximize all my driving hours. But so my Rams horn, I ordered it from a website. I cannot recall the name, but I basically like...
Weather impact low on I-90 between Sheridan and Buffalo. Expect dry roads with clear conditions. Use general caution.
I don't know why that's happening. My truck just starts doing weather updates all by itself ever since I got into Wyoming. Very weird. I'm not even using the navigation of the truck. I just have the map open to look at, you know, to look at the layout of the roads from like a really high up view. But anyway, I got rid of the website because it was so heavily Yiddishly influenced. So if I get a chance, I'll try and search and see if I can find something for you. Dang it, I can't recall the name of that one. I mean, it was okay. It was fair. I guess I was willing to pay, you know, the costs and whatnot. Sorry, Ash, I don't know right now off the top of my head, but I will try to see for you. Sure do miss ya. Much love, Ahaba and Baruk Atah Yahuah. Please let me know. Like, I want to get an update on everything, what you got going on. Been palalim for you. So, yeah, it's great to see you pop up there on my phone. All right, Shalom. I do miss him so much. And halal that the Father bring us together soon and for an extended season in all this trial. This guy's got his flashers on. Maybe he's on a spare tire. I should keep him safe. That was kind of abrupt and kind of scary. Oh, pretty out here. I saw something flashing up there, like warning extreme high winds and whatnot. There's another one of those smokestack towers right over there. You see how they're popping up all over? They're all over the place, you guys. I just never really noticed before and thought, oh, it's just some old factory or whatever. Is it though? Is it? Are you sure? I'm not so sure. All right, so 75. Yep, looking all right there. Going 73. Got to be a little cautious because the tires. The tires are a little bit larger than what the stock tires would have been. So there's that going on. I don't know how much it costs to calibrate the speedometer. May want to do that in the future. If you have any idea, throw it in the comments. Interesting. Not sure what that smell is. Some kind of factory right there, maybe plastics. It's not really an organic type of smell. I bet you that's what happened. I bet you I done jacked up that section of the video. I got a clip them together anyways because I lost the first one, but because I began it in this portrait, I started the video and then I paused it and then I put it up in the thingy. I bet you that's why I did that. State of Wyoming Information Center, 5th Street. Smokestacks coming up. You're gonna get probably a pretty great view of it after the 5G tower, of course. There might have been a time that I'd want to try Taco John's, but I wouldn't trust to try it now. The 5G tower. So here's probably also some kind of historical site, maybe. I wonder if it's a prison or what. But, okay. So there's going to be that smokestack thing right there. If I can get a closer look at it, I might see if it's got some pyramids or what on it. And then, oh, I guess that's some kind of industrial structure. I don't know what that is. Next to the mill inn, it must be a mill. But do not try to get over. waxing toy hauler right there. Oh, no, 2 seismic. Still, they're pretty large. What is that? Jayco, I'm pretty sure. Not positive, but pretty sure. All right, I got a lengthy clip here from my Ak. I really want to go listen to that, and I will be pausing the camera as I do out of respect for those who message me. Alright. I'll be back. Get to the chopper! Yep. That's my Aki. I'm on the rock now. It. We are very close to Buffalo, and it is Yapa right here. You just feel the altitude, like up. You know, I know we're not like all up in the mountains, but we're continuing to go up and up here, and it's a lot of wind coming through these tall grass and these rolling hills. Is just pretty up here. I really do just hate that we're scattered. I mean, I know why, and that it won't be forever, but it still sucks. It is pretty amazing that we got to spend some time together, and I do applaud that we get to do more, and more of us too, you know what I mean? I would love to have 10, 12 families together. Done in all things, and His timing is perfect. We don't force His hand. We don't do something to expedite the process. The focus is to be on our own obedience and submission. Really, aren't our plates filled enough as it is, just trying to get rid of every accursed thing and clean up our lips and understand what's already given in Scripture? Mark was saying that he basically wants to unplug and fast from all technology, and I think that is great advice. Really great advice. If you have never done it, you know, sometimes we can get a little bit wrapped up in seeking, in being a watchman, so to say, right? And sometimes we need to come down off that wall, Salah, and just fellowship with Abba and let it all go for a season, you know? He was pointing out how Azra, the prophet, would go off and fast for 7 days, and then he would get more from Yahuah, and he would have him continue to do that same process. He went into a field and he was eating only the flowers of the field. There are several examples of prophets kind of going off by themselves and being in the wilderness and seeking Yahuwah that way. Even Yahusha, right? Yep. And fasting isn't always food and or water. It can also be, I've been on a fast from Telegram now. I don't even know how long. I probably ain't never going back. But it was so much information all the time, constantly, and a lot of stuff that had to be discerned through because there's a lot of disinformation, misinformation, whatever the heck you want to call it. We just call it lies. So I am kind of somewhat in a way from Facebook as well. And even just the stuff that I'm putting up on the YouTube channel, it's different. I'm just going out wandering, trying to let the Father lead me into these different regions, and then just talking about the times and whatever else He might place upon my heart. Casper 124. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get actually quite a bit past that. I don't know where I'm going to stop tonight. I did see this video. It was really talking about, truckers, the big rigs, but it spoke of a principle that's true for RV transporters too, and it's actually part of that thing that makes me feel like it's like if you're on a cattle drive or you're an outlaw or something and you're just traveling and then you're just spending the night under the stars and you don't know exactly where, just right. But the video was saying how it was like, did you know that they drive 11 hours and then they have to rest for 10 hours, and that there's certain places that they're not allowed to go to rest, and so sometimes they just have to find a place to like disappear. And I'm like, oh wow, yeah, disappear. And a lot of times my palal is that Yahuwah makes me invisible to the wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash, and I don't know exactly where I'm gonna be or where I'm gonna wind up. And then you got some places like you would think that you'd be alright at a Walmart. You just call and let them know, just call and double check, make sure, hey, you guys allow overnight parking. Yeah, just make sure you're, at the end, away from the employee or away from the business or whatever. Now sometimes they're like, no. Whoa, okay, thank you. But like the Cracker Barrels, the what is it? Cabela? I think I'm saying that right. Bass Pro Shop type. Excuse me. We'll try to find something as it gets closer. I always thought that the truckers were allowed to
Weather impact low on I-90 between Buffalo and Gillette. Expect dry roads with clear conditions. Use general caution.
Dude, what the freak? What is up with that? know more of that. Wow. There's a pretty large body of water over here. Really big ranch house. Dang, dude, that's like a lot of money right there. Wow. Gonna need to find a place to stop for a moment. Lake D. Smet. D. Smet. Or Duh. Duh. Smet. I don't know. Probably D, though. Don't know what the locals might call it. Smet. Say it real quick. You see that sometimes, too. Sign right there. So that is the name of the body of water that we were referring to earlier when we said there's a large body of water right over there, but Lake Spet. As well to see so much blue sky, just a few tiny little clouds, not really seeing a streaking nasty Baruk Atah Yahuah Gatchel Memorial Museum. Jim Gatchel. Stay in Wyoming, but maybe it's not really that long. Don't know. Is it? Yeah, Casper is Wyoming. That's at 124 miles. Oh, here's where I got to have that. Oh, see, I'm definitely not doing the 25 thing because then that would throw me off for my Sioux Falls, the least expensive fuel along this entire route. Definitely want to hit that. No, that's where I want to stock up to. 540 miles. Okay, that 25 would go down to Casper. We're not going to do that. I am going to try to make my way down to 80, but I guess I'm going to try to do it a little bit further down the road here. I don't know exactly yet. It's another part of that research and planning that's I'd have to just say kind of got overlooked in my hastiness to rack up as much just to get busy, get there, get her done. I'm trying to preserve the Shabbat and get all the stuff handled before the Shabbat arrives. I don't know if that smell is that truck or my truck. I don't like that smell. I'm actually thinking that we're all right. There's a bit more of the red mixed in soil over here. Stop, but not the whole, like, get off at some town and go to the light and turn, not all that. Just a quick get right back on, you know. This says next service is 66 miles, so I kind of feel like it's forcing me to do this, but I'm not going to do it. Got a bunch right down in this median right here. Pretty neat. Dang, look at those suckers. Are you able to see those? I sure hope so you are. I'm not seeing any on your side. I can just show you. Parking area, 3/4 of a mile. Parking area. Just for spending the night or something. I-90 next 66 miles closed to all campers. Extreme blowover risk. Dang, bro, for real? For real? Well, I'm thinking that would mean that you pretty much like have to park if you were, right? I mean, I don't know. Somebody was telling me about this app. Let me see if I can take a look at it. It's like a Wyoming 511. Access my photos and videos. What are you talking about, bro? I don't get that. That's a massive junkyard over here. Dang, that is one massive junkyard, dude. Got a lot of partially stripped vehicles there too. Let's just not allow that right now, okay? So there is a map, and everything looks green and open. So I'm not sure what the heck is going on with that. Like, there was a guy on Facebook, and he was asking about it, and he was making, I mean, I think that he was reading the signage and it was making him think he had to shut down. And then somebody shared that app, and then we went in and looked at the app and everything was open, and I'm like, I sent a screenshot, like, everything's open. And then at first he was like, nah, it's saying it's not. And then came back and confirmed and was like, yep, it's all open. I was like, what is going on with that, dude? I always hear people saying stuff about Wyoming, like there's some kind of drama about it. But it doesn't really seem legit. I don't know. I don't understand. What is this dirt pull off right here? That's also kind of interesting. Probably says authorized vehicles only. Yep. That's what I was going to try to say. It's probably authorized vehicles only. It's not really a ramp. Very, very interesting. Oh. I wonder where that goes to. Could go to some government site, I guess. It's possible. I don't know. Deer's a-leaping next 5 miles. Deer's a-leaping. You know, I shouldn't laugh like that, because I don't have a brush guard on this truck, and if one of those suckers comes springing out there at the wrong time and catch me, dark 30, and really ruin my day and his day. I don't want that. Don't want that. No, sorry, no, Bob, no how. Tippery. Man, there's some run-down trailers right there. I don't think they live in those. I think that's some kind of scrap. Oh, I hope there ain't nobody living in those. That's horrible. Oh boy. All the wall drug signs are going to start popping up now. Emergency parking only. Okay. Where exactly is that? Emergency parking? I don't understand. Got a few RVs there. I don't know if that's an RV parking. I guess it is probably like an RV park. Oh, it says RV campground. That's showing up. Got a lot of wilderness. I didn't realize he had a bunch of spots all on that window. Trying to record the pretty country with the dirty glass ain't probably very effective, huh? It is so much land out here. Just so much land. Crazy, bro. Too, like if there were strong winds coming through, there's not really anything to diminish them, you know. So now you can see up ahead some real like wilderness looking, deserty type stuff. These are some interesting. Those things look like pyramids, family. 1, 2, 3. That's crazy right there, bro. Those literally look like pyramids right there. Yo, what? 1, 2, 3, 4 peaks. Very pointy. I don't know, bro. You tell me. You tell me. There's way more of them than we ever really realized, and lots of folks are understanding. But I don't consider them to be clean at all. Not even a little bit. So there's always that. Some people like to think that this is like the land of milk and honey. I would say this is the land of the feathered serpent, and there's all kinds of fallen angel worship hidden from folks out here with some kind of narrative that's all just cowboys and Indian, leaving a lot of the cannibalism out. And all the other stuff that goes with that, drinking blood and all that. Channeling spirits and conjuring demons and all that. Woo-wee, those are some bumps. This here's Crazy Woman Creek, in case you're wondering. Crazy Woman Creek, wow. Moore Croft, Gillette. Excuse me. Bing, bong. Bing, bong, bong. Yeah, it's deserty. It's top of this hill. You can see it's literally sand, like a desert. Lots of sand right over here. Minimal amount of ground cover, grass, but still, like, I would think that lambs and goats go pretty crazy over it. And then you got these little ravines mixed in different places. That looked like a cave. Man, I'd have to go explore that on foot. But it's really close to the road, so no Mesa. Jump off here for a sec. Be right back. Alright, back. We just pull over for a quick pit stop right there. It's crazy too because you get off and then there's this really tight, like not like a normal off ramp, like really tight and dirt. And then went under the underpass, stop, take a leak, go down, turn around and come back on and peel out. Woo! Fun times. Look at all that cattle up there. Dang, dude. You see that? They got a bunch of head up there. Oh, they're grazing all around this area too. Rock, yeah. That's what's up. Look at all these little ravines and things. People couldn't dwell here for real. What world was that? Drives me nuts with this link pop up. Alright, I don't want to link anything to my phone. Thank you very little. Go away. Dang, dude. It pops up on there and it obstructs your view. I already know that I can get video to my phone from the thing. But there is not anything that I want to pull off of there right now. It's just as unwell as this radio just turning on and giving weather updates on by itself. Like, freaking weird. Man, that's pretty out there. You see all that? Desert lands. I know a lot of people are going to say that's not desert, there's way too much shrubbery and stuff. I understand. I do. It is kind of like the wilderness, which can look different ways in different regions. Right? Indian Creek Road. Radio tower right there. Yeah, come on. So 3:38 Washington time is putting me at approximately 2 hours, 20 minutes remaining. Excuse me. on toes like mutes. Cattle all over the place right here. Really, basically both sides of the road too. So one of the guys on Facebook was posting that if I take my 7-way tester and plug it into my bumper, I need to check and see if the 12-volt light is on or not, and that will let me know if there's charge going through that outlet, and if there is, then I would say that the problem that caused my battery to die somehow has something to do with the trailer and not my truck. I don't know. There's water. Water in that one right there. You might have to search for a while, but I'm pretty sure that you would also find some caves out here. Probably very difficult. They might not be very large at all, but could serve as shelter from some different types of critters. Of course, then you got to deal with. Look at down in there. There's probably some in there, like whatever, serpents and scorpions and stuff like that. And then there was a rest area. That's alright. It was kind of a cool adventure where I went. Yeah, there's definitely places around here. I wonder if we would be able to really do any trapping. Know what all you can get into for food, though. I am not very knowledgeable in such things. I don't. Exit 88. Truth. Really true. There's some water. Quite a fair bit. Probably some fish in there. Up in there. Up in there. I'm gonna try to get Dead Horse. Dead Horse Creek. Oh, wait. Whoa, big boy coming out. Come on, big boy, you come on. I'm out your way. I'm out your way. I'm out your way. So, not sure where I'm gonna make my way to 80, but it's gonna be tomorrow. And I'm gonna have filled all the tanks. 512 miles to the fuel. 3/4 here, and not sure exactly how much back there, but sure would be well to know more accurately. But it should be at least 5 gallons more than I need. That's not that much. Alright. Wow, that is thanks you to my honey for this nutritious, delicious treat. Ta-da, for his food. May strength and nourish my body, rocking hands and preparing in a special way to Qadashayam of Yasharal, Yahusha, Yahusha. Oh. Yummy. There go a couple little guys right there. Just what I was talking about. Stuff right there really does hit the spot. Oh dang, that's almost a perfect place right there. Camp. There are lots of places out here actually. Oh yeah, look at those down there. See that? Some of those places you'd be able to have a lot of natural shade from the heat of the day, just from the way the hill is kind of like cut out. curious to see what fuel cost is going to be like from Goshen to North Carolina. I don't recall off the top of my head what part of North Carolina, so I apologize, but either way. Solitude. Another big old fifth wheels. Yeah. Couple pieces of that jerky, perfect. Tied you over. You know? Barber Creek Road. Got all kinds of creeks, so roads named after creeks. Why did my camera just turn off? I do not like that. That is really odd. Try to unplug it. Plug it back in. That freaking sucks, bro. Ugh. It works. I don't know. Really? What if it did that and I didn't recognize it, and then it was at a time when it was supposed to record something? Right? It's not from this. This connection is hot all the time. It's a 12-volt accessory plug-in, and it's tight. Like, to take it out, I gotta yank it out. When I put it in, it's snug. Sometimes you'll have those connections that are like loose and wonky. No, not at all. So I do not know why. I do not like it. I want to take this opportunity to double check that my log is 2 hours remaining. Indeed, it is 2 hours. wonder if this was originally what tribes were here. There's another one of those peaks right there. It's not quite as pointy as the other ones, but it also kind of resembles a pyramid or a mountain. There's one right there, and there's one right there. It's pretty interesting. Horse Creek Road. Everything's Creek Road. Up in here. Still, it's just tons of open space and land out here. It does kind of make you curious too, like how much of it's BLM land, what's private, public access, what's what. Excuse me. Man, how much land is owned by I guess I would say like foreign nations? I don't really know, I don't want to come out and say it like that, but what else? What else are you gonna say? less access or limited access to land than like people, financiers from other countries. That doesn't seem right. Ever, anywhere. Force Road. Jumping off. Not sure what's going to happen with this motorcycle, but if you're going to get over, you need to speed up. Otherwise, just stay right there. Okay. You're accelerating. Sure. Definitely was making me nervous, fam. Big red barn on the hill. Big red barn up on the hill. Quite a few folks gathering around in this area while here. I don't know what they call the community, but
Construction on I-90 between mile marker 128 and 128.1. Expect delays. Expect paved roads.
perfect little oasis right here. You see that water right there with those rocks? That is a great little spot. I mean, I'm saying if the road wasn't here. Not so much with the road here, though.
Weather impact low on I-90 between Gillette and the South Dakota state line.
Shut up!
Expect dry roads with clear conditions.
Silence!
Use general caution.
Dang you. Ugh. Uncool. So I guess those are outskirts of Gillette, possibly, because this is Gillette right here. Come on, King Rancher. You're to pass me, get in front of me, and now you're gonna start slowing down. What the heck, bro? Danger, Will Robinson. Port of entry. I-90 next 85 miles closed to all campers under 20,000 pounds. What is that message, bro? Like, exit when you get into a new state. I've been a little bit confused by that family. back to 75 or what? What's up with this? Very confusing. No end of construction sign. I mean, did I totally miss that? I don't think so. Curious about that too. How are some states charging tolls to get on the interstate and off the interstate? Isn't that what our federal tax dollars is for? I'm confused. How can you be taxed for interstates, federal, and then also toll? Like, isn't that double taxation again? Seriously asking the question, answer. Look at all this strip mining going on over here. Wonder what they're getting out of the ground. The size of this factory, whatever it is. Wild Road, bro. The train. Look at the condition of our cars. Remember when they used to they would cover that up and just let it go? It's too impossible to stop the defacement and do graffiti. We can't. We're not able to do anything about it. Just let it go. stupid city is like out of reach. I do not know where I'll be able to stop. But I also don't think that the video from yesterday ever got uploaded, and I need to clear up some space on the phone, that's for sure. Hey, herds of cattle.
Construction on I-90 between mile marker 154 and 154.1. Expect delays. Expect paved roads.
She said expect paved roads. What you talking about? Expect paved roads. Something that the state legislature passed in Wyoming. They could just give you traffic updates
up, and we've stopped a very vicious war. So that was an honor for me to be involved. I want to thank J.D. Vanson for a great job, and also our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has done a fantastic job. So Rwanda, a long-term war with the Congo, a very bloody war. They're all bloody, but this was a really bloody one. Is going to be making peace with Congo, and they can get on to making trade deals with the United States and other places and have a much more normal form of life. We're very honored by that. As you know, we did a very great job with India and Pakistan, and we had India in. It looks like we're going to be making a trade deal with India. And we had Pakistan in. It looks like we're going to be making a trade deal with Pakistan. And it's a beautiful thing to watch. Serbia, Kosovo, likewise, they've been fighting for years. And as you know, we brought that one to a conclusion. And now we have a couple of big ones. We have Russia, Ukraine, which is making a little bit of progress. And we have Israel. And nobody really knows what that one is all about. We're going to find out pretty soon, I guess.
Mr. President, the Iranian foreign minister this afternoon said if the U.S. is serious about negotiations, that you would call up Israel and request that they stop.
Knocking because it's extreme. He used to say something like lift or ticking. Devil's Tower National Monument. He said 153. I wonder. Makes me wonder about the oil. So hot, so long, if it's like a little bit low. Come on, oil. Listening to this guy and I'm thinking, what the heck is he tripping on? I mean, delusions of grandeur much? Wow. He's taking credit for a lot of things and also being naive about some things that he shouldn't be naive about. Me! Said nobody really knows what's going on with Israel and Iran. That is like really a shocking thing to hear him say. What?
Their airstrikes. Will you make that request?
Well, I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens. What is the thought process behind 2 weeks trying to just time to see whether or not people come to their senses? Did the Europeans help at all in talking with the Iranians? No, they didn't help. No. Iran doesn't want to speak to Europe. They want to speak to us. Europe is not going to be able to help in this.
20 years ago, you were skeptical of a Republican administration that attacked a Middle East country on the idea of questionable intelligence of weapons of mass destruction. How is this moment different with Iran?
Well, there were no weapons of mass destruction. I never thought there were. And that was somewhat pre-nuclear. You know, there was a nuclear age, but nothing like it is today. And it looked like I'm right about the material that they've gathered already. It's a tremendous amount of material. And I think within a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen.
Oh my gosh, this guy. He literally sounds like Netanyahu. Like he's literally, within a couple of weeks, they've gathered so much material. Ain't nobody got, well, ain't nobody got nukes. But ain't nobody got nukes like America got nukes now. But, you know, we're completely above board in all of our dealings internationally, and we're not involved in anything nefarious whatsoever. Okay, there it is. It is pretty subtle. It sounds like a little bit of a lift or a tick or something. Not trying to be. Also, the truck already is going to need the oil changed. It's got less than 30% of its life remaining. And see, there's a rattle too. That is not the engine. So we're almost to half. It would be well to start pumping in some of the fuel from back. We got 260 miles to go. I think until we get to, oh no. That's not what that is. 83. What? I'm trying to rotate this map. Telling me right there, exit 212, but it still says 90 all the way, like it's off of 90. There's no changing the road at all. Confusing the heck out of
I was very much opposed to Iraq. I said it loud and clear, but I was a civilian, but I guess I got a lot of publicity. But I was very much opposed to the Iraq war. And I actually did say, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in. But I said, if you're going to go in, keep the oil. But they didn't do that.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Their director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Whoa!
We're hearing reports of mysterious planes landing in Iran and China.
Heck?
They say that they're there to take people out, but I can't tell you about that. I get along very well with China. I get along very well with President Xi. I like him. He likes me. We have a very good relationship. We'll see what happens. I can't imagine them getting involved.
Is the decision that you need to make on Iran, whether to strike militarily, is this the biggest decision you will have to make as president?
Well, I can't tell you that. I have to see what happens. I can't really say that. It depends what the decision is. But I wouldn't really be able to tell you that now. I'll tell you in about a year from now, maybe 5 years or 10 years from now. We never know about decisions. We never really know. I might, depending on the circumstances.
Would you?
It's very hard to stop. I will say this. It's very hard to stop when you look at it. Israel's doing well in terms of war, and I think you would say that Iran is doing less well. It's a little bit hard to get somebody to stop.
I can see the Devil's Tower straight out there. It's wild how skinny it looks from here, because when you're up close to it, it's pretty pronounced. Anyway, Baruk Atah Yahuah for Shalum. Kind of far from here. Very, very clear to see. Oh my gosh. Big bull. He's just standing there all by himself. Watching over his area. Watching over his I don't think could have him there all by themselves. Pine Ridge Road, Pine Haven, quarter of a mile.
Liam Goshen was here, and former Congressman Matt Gaetz threw out an interesting idea suggesting that if you were to broker a deal where nuclear inspectors go into both Israel and Iran, you could win a Nobel Peace Prize, and they might even rename it the Trump Peace Prize. Did you hear those? What do you think of that?
Well, they should give me the Nobel Prize for Rwanda, and if you look at the Congo, or you could say Serbia, Kosovo, you could say a lot of them. You could say, the big one is India, and Pakistan. I should have gotten it 4 or 5 times. I should get it for the, I would think the Abraham Accords would be a good one too.
Well, what do you
They
think
won't
of
give
that?
me a Nobel Peace Prize because they only give it to liberals.
Would you support Iran being able to have nuclear, or would you support Iran being able to have civilian nuclear energy capabilities up to 3.76%?
You know, they're sitting on the top of one of the largest piles of oil in the world. I just don't know why they need that for civilian work. You know, it's one thing for certain countries to say, hey, I want to have a certain amount where I can go nuclear a little bit because we need it for electricity, we need it for air conditioners, etc. But when you're sitting on one of the largest oil piles anywhere in the world, it's a little bit hard to see why you need that. Yeah.
Over 60% of long-haul truckers
We're always concerned about that, and we have to take them out and be very strong. You're even in danger talking to me right now. Do you know that? You are in danger talking to me right now. So I should probably get out of here, but you guys are actually in danger. Can you believe it?
One more, Mr. President. Is it still your expectation that NATO countries spend 5% of their GDP on defense spending?
I think they should do that. I don't think we should, but I think they should. We've been supporting NATO so long. In many cases, I believe paying almost 100% the cost. So I don't think we should, but I think that the NATO countries should, absolutely.
What, like Spain decides not to?
Well, NATO's going to have to deal with Spain. Spain's been a very low payer. They were always a very low payer. They were either good negotiators or they weren't doing the right thing. I mean, I think Spain has to pay what everybody else has to pay. Spain has been notorious for low pay. You know who else was a low payer, just about the lowest? A place called Canada. Because Canada said, why should we pay when the United States will protect us free? And they've been right about that.
ICE?
Ukraine, you've been making progress toward the peace deal, but I don't know if you know this, but Lindsey Graham and Mike Pompeo were there on the ground in Ukraine, seemingly doing the opposite, trying trying to provoke the Ukrainians to keep fighting. What do you think of that?
Well, we're going to see, and people have to be very careful with what they say. They got to be very careful with their mouth, because their mouth can get them into a lot of trouble.
One more. ICE. ICE has said that they're trying to arrest up to 3,000 individuals a day. There are some communities that are saying they're fearful of being wrongfully detained or separating some families, even if they're undocumented. Is the fear in some of these communities worth the deportations of these undocumented individuals, a mass deportation program?
It's a tough subject, because look, we have farmers. I love farmers. I want 80%, 85% of the farmers, and I love them, and I'm never going to do anything to hurt our farmers. And you can also say the leisure business, etc. There are some businesses where you have a disproportionate amount of people that are the people that you're talking about. At the same time, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And we're looking at doing something where, in the case of good, reputable farmers, they can take responsibility for the people that they hire. And let them have responsibility, because we can't put the farms out of business. And at the same time, we don't want to hurt people that aren't criminals. Most of the people that came in over the last 3 years under Biden, I would say probably 3.5 to 4 years. Those people, you have a lot of criminals, you have a lot of, we're looking at that very closely. You've had people that worked on farms for 20 years. It's very hard to go in there and say, you're coming out. But we're going to let the farmers take responsibility. They're great people. They'll do it. They know the good and the bad. So the hard part about this is not like a normal war where people wear uniforms. They don't wear uniforms. But we have murderers that came out of the last 4 years. We have murderers. We have drug lords. We have people that we don't want to. We have prisoners. They emptied out Venezuela and many countries. They emptied out their prisons into the United States. We have to get those people out. But we have stone cold murders. 11,888 murders. We've already gotten a lot of them out of here. But we don't want them. So we have to be careful. But I never want to hurt our farmers. Our farmers are great people. They keep us happy and healthy and fat.
Are there other cities that you're going to try to replicate what you've done in Los Angeles?
Well, we had a big victory last night in the Court of Appeals with respect to Los Angeles, but really the country, where Gavin Newsom was really an incompetent governor. He's just been doing a terrible job between his fires, between all the houses burning down, his forest fires, and now Los Angeles.
Sometimes it's difficult to discern exactly what's going on. And some of what he says is comms and optics, and it's like coded. It's a little bit tricky to understand, but then some things are just like overtly out of place. Very odd.
They feel helpless, but even documenting their life is really important because there's many people around the world that don't know even about what these people are facing. دلال بتشتغل انتي؟ عشان بس اسوي فيديو صغير عن سلامات دلال.
Big valley right here. Yeah, there's lots of red rock mixed in down there. Way out there. Not sure if that's going to show up on the camera. Alright, I guess I should consider trying to pull some fuel over. Beaver Creek Road. Gonna try to do a couple 5-minute chunks. See how it goes. Now, is that a mobile home or a horse trailer? What is that? Is somebody actually living in there? They got like a chimney. I think they're living in there. I think I saw a TV in town too. Big road. Oh, there's herds over here with water too. There's lots of room out here. Look at all that prairie. Dang, what? Talk about free range. Baruk Yahuah. 8, 4, 5. I got 1 hour. I'm gonna need to find a place. And I think I might have to reach out to my shop and see if she can help me. Rapid City's kind of close. Obviously, I don't want to be in a crowded area. But let's see if she made it back home yet. Oh, she's real close. Hey, honey, I'm down to like 1 hour, like an hour and 5 minutes remaining. So I'm thinking I might have you help me find a place if you're able to. If not, it's all right. I'll find a place. It don't need to be perfect or nothing. And then it looks like I'll have about 4.5 hours to press on in order to get to my next stop and shower tomorrow. That's funny. She just left me a message. message. Like, as I was recording mine, she was recording her. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Looks like we're getting kind of close to wrapping it up. See all that red clay mixed in? I guess that'd be clay. I would not be surprised if it was a type of clay in the soil right there. Obelisk steeple of the circa on that hill on my side. Okay, so it's saying Rapid City is 76. I'm also, the speed limit right through here is 8. I have literally like 1 hour. I feel like it's very doable. A place like Rapid City probably has Walmarts, and probably has, you know, Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel is usually pretty favorable towards travelers that way. See how flat these tabletop buttes, right? All this, that's so crazy. And then there's all water right here. Somebody has this as their graze. Like, that's just amazing. Can you imagine the cattle that are coming out of there? How clean. I mean, apart from toxins coming down from the sky, from unclean things. The rest of it is so that must be the ones right there that own that. That's, they might have land going out in this direction as well. Kind of looks like it. Looks like it's connected. It's fenced together. There's water right there too. Like, they got a lot of water, bro. They got a lot of grass. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. There's enough land here to feed, like, you know, you just let the herds go and graze and do what they're going to do, and you've got enough nutrient dense animal fat and protein to feed a whole lot of folks. So it's not really a wonder why, you know, they have to attack cow farms and whatnot, or buy up all the land so that people can't ranch it. What? Shame, man. Shame. Pretty little birdie right there. Where you going, buddy? He's like against the wind, flapping like crazy, but staying in pretty much one spot. Oh, there's red rock right here. This is really pretty too. You see all that rock right there with the layers. that very large house with the green metal roof on top of that big green hill overlooking this whole valley. Oh, dang, you got water down there. Wow, what a view. Oh, that's not, it's actually not water, but it is quite several cattle waters right here though, so it is actually, and I would not be surprised if they own that and they just look down on it. You can see their herd, where they water themselves, and all of it. Wow, what a life, what a legacy. Pass it down to your sons. Substantially hot right here. Look through this window. Exit 199, Wyoming 111, Aladdin. Buffalo Jump National Historic Place. Yummy, man. State of Wyoming Information Center. See a very large teepee ahead of me in the distance. State Line Station, exit 205. Yeah, there's a lot of that red. Such a pretty thing. There's some lambs down there, man. Yay, little lambs. That's what I'd like to have. And goats too. And chickens, of course. I wasn't sure about the lambs. Like if you own some, and would you like hire someone to fleece them and then like sell the wool? You know, like maybe they want to harvest the wool for garments or something anyway. just like learn the technique and share them yourself, and then sell in bulk what, I don't know. It's interesting. Whole other world, like just completely unknown. So I usually end up getting tricked by this, and I can't ever figure out what's actually going on. But I turned the pump on for like 5 minutes, and then I turned it off, and it's been a while. I don't even know, 20, maybe 25 minutes. And it's just showing that it went up like an eighth of a tank. And then I've had it where like I do it again for 5 minutes and I turn off and it's like pegged. And I'm like, wait, how can that be? Like how? And I think that there's some things that I just don't understand. It's a mystery and I can't figure it out. Okay, that's my baby, and I need to get with her so we can try to find a place. Oh, Sand Creek. Back. They put last chance, low gas. Yeah, I don't think it's the last chance for gas, but okay. Alright, family. I'm gonna be winding this one down. It was a very long day. Pretty much exhausted. May Yahuah make me invisible to the enemy, cover me under his wings. Gonna obviously try to get something to eat, let it cool off a bit. It's 91 degrees, so it's not the time to try to go to sleep. Abba willing, be back on tomorrow and see where all we can get. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Thank you for keeping us safe, for your protection, for your provision. Rock my house, my Shah, and my bond. Get me back to them swiftly and safely in your Qadashayam of Yasharal. Yahuah is Yahusha, our Yahusha. Shalom, Shalom, Mashpaka.